Good morning, or good day, or good evening. So I'm back today, and I'm going to continue the interaction system, and hopefully with a little bit more progress than yesterday. Good morning, Wooly and Hadoukanen. Okay, on to the troubles. So, the interaction system right now, I just need to summarize it real quick. So first of all, the interaction system has only been developed so far with the playable character in mind. Or the playable character has been the focus, although how this interaction system can be used with just animate entity has been a second thought. But so with the playable entity in focus, the flow looks a little bit like this. So we have the input handler, which has mouse pointer basically. So the mouse pointer focuses something, and every object that is listening to that event gets a notification every frame actually, and then it's up to them to see if they want to do some additional work based on if the focused object has changed and so on. But basically animate entity gets notified of focused object and handles it by calculating the, let's see if I can get up this nice little diagram we had. Okay, here we have, let's see. So basically this happens first, and then with animate entity we have filter possible actions between interactor and entity. Then we display the interactable actions, and then we select actions. But now we also have, like, we want to chain actions together. So we have pickup action or consume action for the character should be chained by pickup and then consume. So we need communication between the different interactor systems, and that's where we at. And more specifically, so the first thing I think I want to do today is, when it comes to the playable entity, right now what this one is focusing is only based on what the input handler transfers to it basically. But I don't know if I want to make it so that, like, if the character picks up an object, I want that object that is picked up to be in focus, so to speak, or focused. But I also want the input handler to be able to focus new objects. So basically what I'm saying is, when the character holds an object, more than one object can be focused at the same time. But because it's like this, interactor consumer, this one has it's dependent on interactor pickup, but it should get some information from interactor pickup, like what is it currently interacting with and so on. Good morning, 080. How are you doing today? Today I'm continuing on the interaction system, and trying to figure out exactly how I want to implement the focusing of objects. Because previously I had this idea that focusing just one object at a time might be good enough. And actually that might actually be good enough. And we're gonna see how it plays. So if I just let any entity just focus one object at a time, this might be a little bit, it will definitely be easier. Just wondering if it will screw up some of the gameplay later on. Probably not. And yesterday at the end of the stream, let's see here. I want to enable the consumables. So right now we only have interaction type pickup. If we pick it up, now we have something picked up, then consume appears, although on the wrong object, so to speak. But yesterday at the end of the stream, I was thinking about making focus an interaction as well. I wonder how that would flow. How would that look like? So we would have an interactor focus. Pretty much every interactor would be dependent on that one. Maybe. How would... then we have this problem, like how would the communication between playable entity and interactor focus happen? But that might be okay. Because, okay, let's put it this way. So what I want to achieve first is we're gonna do it a little bit simpler, so removing some of the constraints, so, or adding a constraint to make it simpler. So let's say that I only want the playable character, or I just want entities to be able to focus one object at a time. Why not? So we can switch the whatever the playable entity is focusing by this method, so dependent on input handler. But what if I want my interactor pickup, so when we pick up something, I want to, like, the playable entity to focus whatever is picked up. But probably only the playable entity. Yeah, so that's like, I want when the character has something in its hand, I want the character to focus on that object. But I want this to be true for the playable character, not necessarily for creatures or NPCs. And or actually, I don't want this to necessarily be true for every game object. So if we pick up so if the character picks up an apple, then I want to highlight the apple. I want to show the actions close to the apple. But if the character picks up a Okay. Let's put it this way. I think I'm confusing like an entity focusing something and what I actually want the player to appear for the player. So okay, so basically what I want to happen is we hover above this one, should get a menu of which button to click and what will happen if I click that button. So one should be bound to pick up here. When I hold it in my hand, I want to be able to focus other stuff, but I also want a like input prompt or an information around this object that says if you click 2, the player will consume it. So I might want to, first of all, like the dependency between interactors works nicely, and we can get the object of the interactor dependency quite easily. I just need to populate this one a little bit better. Okay, let's see. So I think we're gonna move this and this logic into the actual interactors. Is that how I want to do it? Or is that how I want to do it? Maybe. Yeah, I'm having a real hard time seeing exactly how I want this to go. Or how I want this to flow. I wonder if... Okay, we sort them by priority. Like this I see. So when we have a new focused game object, we take all the interactables we have there, order them, and so on and so on. Okay, get available interactors for type. What's up, Farang? How are you doing today? I'm like stuck between the thought of giving more functionality to the interactors, but then we have the case of when the interactors are actually controlled by the player input and when they are not. Farang, I was playing or studying game, but not much progress. Yes, same here, not much progress at all. also could implement like event listening in interactor, and then it's a lot like Peach said yesterday, I think, that this becomes way more like a state machine. I wonder if I'm okay with that. So basically it would be, okay, this might not be too bad. Let's see. So what if we actually implement interactor focus as an interactor? We add like events to interactors, so when an interactor changes state between available processing and unavailable, it signals to all interactors that are interested, but also to playable entity. And then if it signals to playable entity, then playable entity knows which interaction this one can currently do, and it can signal to input handler to display it to the player. So that is the playable entity scenario. And if we do it like this for animate entity, so NPCs, then that might also be good, like signaling the different interactors, signaling what kind of actions are currently available on the animate entity to the AI brain. But will this actually solve any of the problems? That is another question. So animate entity. Maybe I'm so like the idea of making the focus functionality into an interactor as well gets my blood boiling, or whatever you say. Like it feels like the right decision. Could then a lot of focus like get available interactors for type. Then we don't need to handle these things here. So this one is going to set up all the interactors. That is true. But so like get available interactors for type. It's more like focus interactor will get this one, and it will signal to whatever interactors are dependent on that one, and they will change accordingly. Maybe. This might be a nice solution. And then when it comes to playable entity, this one will listen to all interactors, because this one will show all, like as soon as one interactor changes state, this one wanna react to that by altering what is shown on the screen as possible interactions for the player. But then And then we might be able to clean this one up as well, because we're not going to do it like this then. Instead, interactors themselves will... Now, like an interactor will signal that its state has changed. Playable entity will check if it's available. If it's available, we want to get like the priority to it and send it like, and we want to bind it to a button interaction. So we're gonna do that here still, but it's gonna be in a much nicer way, I think. Okay, so this is a little bit of a rework, but not too much, I think. Interactor focus. Interaction type none. Fuck, would love my focus to be number 1 here. What's up, Cypher? How are you doing today? And I like to just dive into this and notice the problems as we go. Ooh. Yeah, it's good here as well. Had a little bit of a slow start. Didn't know exactly how I wanted to continue with this system, but I think we have a way forward now. Maybe not the best way, but one way at least. And I want to do some programming. Okay, so just for debugging this one, I want to like implement real quick some graphical user interface, like a button. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do something real quick. Playable entity. Let's do one of these. Let's see here. Create empty. So I want to create one of these, like 4 buttons with descriptive text on each. I don't know, button map maybe. Which can be used with this system. Let's call it buttons for now. Button map. Button map. Ah, fuck. Button map entry or element or item. Item. Oh, I think I screwed Unity up when I... Yeah, we have a little bit of a crash here. Okay, so basically I just want to create one of these button UIs. So 4 buttons, north, west, east, south, and with their like with a text element linked to each button, which we sorry, will be able to populate in playable entity, because playable entity is the only one that's going to populate that type of object. Okay, I'm getting energized now because I think this might be a very nice way to do it. Okay, so we don't have our object here. That one got removed for some reason. Create empty button map. And let's see here. Button map item. Do we have here? We only have planes, but that will do for now. Would love to be able to not... Yeah, we're gonna go with quad instead. Delete this one. Where do we have Text Mesh Pro? 3D object, text. Oh yeah, definitely want to change this size as well. 10 or 1. But let's see here. Oh yeah, this one needs to be rescaled as well. Let's see, maybe I should just move 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. Okay. Okay, yeah, this one depends on... Game Dev Rick, what's up, how you doing? Will you create your own creatures? If you're asking, like, if the player will create its own creatures, or if I will do it. Right now I'm leaning towards me. I want full design control, you know? So 5.5 minus 1.2, but we need to do it with a dot. Way too much. Oh yeah, so minus 0.5 or plus 0.5. East. Okay, before I continue, I want to add the button map item script here and add some things to this one. Let's see here, what is it? Text Mesh Pro. Button text, let's call it that, and serialize. So the idea is to, on this one, visualize which button on the keyboard that should be pressed. And for this one to write what should happen. So this one will basically have 1, 2, or 3, or 4, I suppose, right now. And this one will have pick up, consume, drop, or something like that. Okay. Might be time to fuck it. North. East. And let's see, 6.2. Okay. Okay. Button map. And let's keep it like this for now. I would like to link a button map item to some form of priority. We're gonna wait a little bit with that. Okay, so let's see if I can, with the current system we have, let's see if I can populate this button map accordingly. Let's see. So that should be called, so instead of this, basically. button map item, and for now I might want to display this one. Okay, playable entity, let's see. Don't we have any focus point here just yet? No, we don't. What have I been using for... I will do information displayer. Wow, good morning, Dark Summons. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. How are you doing today? So the question is, like how I need to get to the bottom of where I choose to display this in the world. Don't remember it. So information display, right? Show world position, transform position, plus bounds, recalculate bounds. Did we actually calculate it here? New bounds, collider. Okay, we did. Yeah, we're gonna change that a tiny bit. We're gonna make entity control this. Let's see, Dark Summons, early morning rise because of work, but all good, thanks. You and chat all good? Yeah, I'm pretty good at least. Hopefully chat as well. So I remember talking about having a function like this, like recalculate bounds. A function like this on, like, information display shouldn't be the one calculating this. Possibly merge functionality with entity. This is a good note. Originally implemented to support multiple visible information displayers, can be simplified and optimized when that's no longer the case. This one, however, possibly merge functionality with entity, is probably what I want to do. So every entity will have a function like this, right? Although bounds. Although I don't think that this is necessarily needed, but maybe. Or actually, okay. Calculate bounds for an entity. Entity are non-moving, non-changeable things in the game world. Animate entities are entities that moves. So keeping a list of colliders for moving might be the better. And information displayer. Okay, we're gonna do it like this for now. Bounds, anything bounds and collider related is gonna move into here. Rigid body, entity. Information displayer. Yeah, okay, so what I want to do is something like let's see here. So I want a, okay, we have weight here. I want a public bounds get we want this one to be done here. I want to do this in here. Do we never get this one? Oh yeah, we get it first. Yeah, okay, so maybe keep all of these at the same place. Okay, so now we have the colliders here, and every time we get bounds, I want to recalculate bounds. Won't be necessary in the future for all types of entities, but you never know. So pretty much just gonna do like this. And in this one we are gonna rely on an entity component instead. information display. This one should be merged with entity, I think. We're gonna keep that in mind. But for now, let's do, okay, so we don't need colliders here anymore. We don't need bounds. Show instead of this. Okay, so instead we're gonna do dot bounds. Okay. Although this could be null, so information provider. Would love to be able to do but entities are mono behavior, so we can't do that. So it's gonna be have to be float y offset is equal to entity is equal to or not equal to null. Otherwise 0. Right? Dot size. And we use offset here instead. Yeah, this will work for now. The reason I wanted to do this is because I want to use the entity bounds when I calculate where this one should be located. So we're gonna do instantiate. I don't care about parent. Could set. We're gonna do it here. Button map. Transform dot position is equal to transform dot position of this one plus so in the X direction I think I want to go minus. And we're gonna go. Ooh, like this. Doing it like this, we might want to do. Because if we do new vector 3 minus bounds, let's do base dot bounds dot size dot x, and then we do base dot bounds dot size dot y and 0. Like if we do it like this, I'm not this will probably not be compiled away, but basically what it's doing is we call bounds twice, which worst case scenario means that we do this twice in succession. And yeah, sure, we could store it out here, but yeah. So it's more a question of maybe not recalculating bounds every time we try to get bounds, but instead do it when something else has happened. Like calculate bounds on start, and then if we have something that moves and so on, that component might want to signal to entity, or we might just do some setup here that this entity, the bounds of it might change during runtime, and then we're going to base when we recalculate it on some outer input basically. Okay, button map, instantiate, and then we position it. I don't know if this will be enough, but we will see how it looks. So now we will have a button map close to the player, hopefully. Just want to make this into a prefab. Playable entity, button map. Let's see. Yeah, I would like this one to move together with my player as well. It's kind of big as well, but whatever. Yeah, let's do it. Button map, start. Do we have update here? Awake. Awake. Ooh. So then we do this each frame, which makes it even more unoptimized, but whatever. Oh yeah, we have colliders on it as well. That's not good. Okay, so the bounds for the character, because of the hand colliders, changes like this. That's pretty cool. So that's why we get that jump. And also, always late update. We want to do it after the object in question has updated its transform positions. We're gonna do it like this. Let's see here. Button map. Button map. Set owner, do I want to do that? Yeah. Owner, offset and bool. Let's skip that one. Okay, it's very similar to information displayer now, I think. But yeah, whatever. I want to rotate it with the camera as well, and we're going to rotate it in all axes basically, as opposed to the information displayers. Okay. Oh yeah, then we want to do set owner as well. So playable entity. So we don't care about the bounce changing for this one. And then we can remove this one. This will work for now. The idea is to only display this one. Oh, fuck me. The idea is to only display this one when we actually have some actions to show. So we're gonna have to couple these UI elements to actions in some way. Button map item, button map entry might have been a better choice. up. And finally the result is also to be able to split this one up. So if the character is holding something, like n consume might be shown above whatever the character is holding, and if we at the same time focus something like this, w pickup might be shown over this object. That's the idea, at least. So this local offset they have 3. Might not want to scale this one, but rather this one. But yeah, the local offset they have should still hold around an object. So even though for this object we only have pickup, which is to the west, that one should be displayed to the left of the object. But first of all, let's just, if we hover above something, so the interaction types we see there over this one, I want them to be displayed here instead. Interaction type, we have get priority pickup 1 2 3 0. Okay, playable entity, or actually button map item, set button information, that one is okay. Okay. Button map. I don't like implementing toggle functions. We're gonna have one show button item and one hide button item. So it's going to be show button item int index. We're going to call it index, but it's going to be based on priority here. And we want to send in button text string and this one as well. Show button item, and it's just going to be if index is bigger than length, or bigger than or equal. We're gonna do less than. Otherwise we don't do anything. Okay, we actually just have a show. I'm probably gonna start by hiding them all as well. Okay. Okay, that's not good. List is empty. Let's fix that prefab. Let's do it by code actually. Awake, but on the other hand, then I can't select, like, then I can't decide a priority. So, okay, let's do it in the editor for now. West, north, east, and south. Okay, beautiful. It's here, but all of the items are hidden. And now I just want to make it so that the interaction types while hovering shows up on that one instead. I want to hide it as well. So, hiding it. Playable entity. Previously focused object. Shit, we're gonna have to do something similar to this with the previously focused object as well. Because we need to know for now we can probably just do this, but let's see. Interaction string, interaction types, set information. Yeah, for now I want to skip all of this. So we have the priority, or they are ordered by priority. Right now, none of them can have the same priority. And this priority system is just in place because, so like if we had a full keyboard, if this game could only be played by a keyboard, we could have a lot of or allow for a lot of different actions at the same time, or to visually show them. But it won't be, so we only have at max 4, I think maybe even 3 buttons that are exclusively for interacting. Might even keep it to 4, to be honest. So like the top 1 priority okay, so I've mentioned this previously as well. I don't want, like, if the pickup action is always on the west button, I always want that to be the case. I don't want the actions to change buttons. That's just confusing. So like if you focus one object, pickup is to the west. If you focus another object, pickup is to the north. That's just too confusing. So get priority is rather get I don't know, get interaction index or something like that, and if that interaction index is already occupied by some other interaction or interactor, then we simply won't show it. But yeah. And then it's a big question of like which interactions to mix or have on the same type of button, because what if the player runs up to a creature and then we have pickup on west and pet on north? So we pick it up by west, so now we hold the creature, so now we have consume on north and a drop on west. Then you have the so like then you might make the player mix up. He or she thinks he will pet the creature but will actually consume it. A lot to think about there, but yeah, let's populate this one. So for now we're just going to populate it by priority, assuming that no two interactions share the same priority, and be done with it basically. So within here we're going to do it like this. local I, we're gonna do Unity event. We want to do if input handler we might actually do it, yeah, let's just do it here, and then we can remove the null conditionals here. That's good. If focused game object and input handler dot handler. You can do it here. Then we do this number of possible, so we don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. Interactor event is equal to need to do maybe not. Let's see. What's up, Ferda? How are you doing today? Okay, so I'm gonna need more information that's available to me right now, because interactor event, I want more information in this one. I want the button it's connected to, and things like that. Ferda, good. What about you? Yeah, I'm good as well. Still grinding on this interaction implementation. Sometimes moving sideways, sometimes backwards, but mostly forward, I think. I don't know how often this will change, but I would like to, or actually we're gonna get, yeah, I don't know how often this will change, but I want to be able to, I want to have the option to base the button maps, visuals buttons on the actual binds that input handler is utilizing. So that's the information I need to get from input handler here. So we should probably do Like it's actually this one I would like to get. So primary action dot let's do Unity input action documentation. The list contains all bindings from bindings into action. Okay. Input binding path, action groups. Do we have a name? Optional name for the binding. Very interested in what this one returns. I don't care about path. Optional name, so this one might not actually be set. Name. For bindings that are part of composites, this is the name of the field on the binding composite object. That should be okay. Basically, I want a simple way to be able to get input handler, this one right here. So one, I guess I can get it from path. And then of course, so like if the game is currently controlled by keyboard, then I want to fetch this one name here. If the game is currently controlled by gamepad, then I want to get this name here, or even more specific actually. So depending on the gamepad, but for now I would just like to be able to get this one. So maybe the topmost input action and get the name of it, or this one has name as well. It's optional here. Name of the action. Plain text name of the action can be null for anonymous actions created in code if the action is part of input action map name, action name. This documentation is, let's see here, primary action performed. Let's do Name. Let's just see what the name is. Primary action name, primary. So where does it come from actually? Actions. Primary action dot name primary. Does it just take so this one is tertiary, I think. So I want to check what is the, so I suppose this one is toggle then. Very cool. Okay, so it's actually named after the variable that holds it. I think, because I haven't explicitly named it anywhere. Anyway, let's see. Get button code for input action Unity, or button code. Let's go code first. Action.name string empty. Okay, so this is just for showing what it's doing. We're gonna let interactor control that. Okay, get input action binding name Unity. I don't know. Ooh, that's pretty cool. So simple. I'm feeling a little bit of sarcasm there. It is possible to get input bindings a string like this. Get binding display string. Mask by group game. Ooh, okay. Let's see. This one I want to try. Input actions play. Get binding display string. I wonder if... Get binding display string and input binding mask by group gamepad. So the question is, if I do it like this, will it print button west? And if I do with a keyboard instead of gamepad in the mask, will it print 1? That is what I would have hoped. Okay, empty. That's not good. Empty as well. Let's take a look at get. But wow, isn't this exactly what I want basically? Ooh, input action, public static string. Okay, let's see. So I might want to do display string options. This is beautiful. Let's see. Debug log action, get binding display string, prints A, LMB. So I might just don't want to mask it basically. Group. Let's see. Get binding display string. Yeah, let's try it this way instead. Get binding display string. Just removing this one. One and X. Wow, that's beautiful. So X, I suppose. Input handler X button west. Is it Xbox that is the default controller then? Left mouse button, beautiful. Get binding display string can, like, it would be very nice if one could get the current control. I think it's active control seemed promising. Input action active, or actually Unity new input system active control. The currently active control that is driving the action, null while the action is in waiting. Otherwise the control that last had activity on it which wasn't ignored. But this should be possible to use this one, right? Yeah. But I wonder if I can do... let's take a look at this one again. Or not that one. This one. So groups, is this one actually a string? Oh, let's see. Input control. Properties, name. I wonder if I can use this one. This is also per specific input type. Or this is per input action. Would like to have a static equivalent to this. Something like this, current control scheme. Or actually, let's see. The list of currently connected devices, disconnected metrics. Do I have the current one? Add device. Find control, get device. current. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Okay, Unity Technologies. Nice. Okay, that's nice. Maybe the best option is to actually utilize this one. What's up, Smack My Peach? What's new? Not much. Not much in related to the interaction system, at least. So far. Okay, so using player input might be a better option. I should use this one, definitely. I think. Even though I'm just gonna use it similarly to how I'm using it right now, i.e. just sending information onwards. Okay, but I can get the name, get binding display string, but if I do keyboard here, or let's see, group, keyboard mouse, do I need to do this? Should hopefully just return 1. Smack My Peach, I submitted my first Unity package to the asset store. Damn, nice. Nice. And it takes up to 20 days for them to process it. Yeah. That sucks, but... So, what is it about, the Unity package? If this one prints 1 now, I'm gonna be very happy. Then we can use that one for now. Okay, it prints nothing. That's not good. And if it just... Okay, get binding display string. Empty works. Yeah, okay, we don't have groups defined. Ooh, do we have... Let's see here. Might want to do a binding mask. Let's see here, Smack My Pitch. It's a minimal template for scene transitions that doesn't use the animator, free of course. It's more like me testing the waters of the asset store. Ah, nice! I've been thinking about like putting some packages on the asset store myself. So how has the process been so far? Has it been smooth, or was it a lot of problems along the road? Input binding mask seems good, but okay, so it works very good if the groups are defined. If the groups are not defined, however, then it doesn't. Input binding mask by group, input binding mask by something else then. Mask by group. Is that all we have? It's pretty smooth, but a little ambiguous in regards to dependency if you're using any. Okay. Get binding display string. Why? Display string options. Maybe I can just tell it to show me the first one. Don't omit. By default, device names are omitted from the display strings. Okay. Don't include interactions. Nah. Ooh, that's what I want. Yeah, let's just do it like this. Get display string 0. Use those. So 1. Okay, nice. So if I can fetch the primary action, it should be okay. Wait here one sec. See interaction events invoke. Yeah, I might just clean this up for now. So instead of packaging input actions in or chaining them with Unity events, we might just go with input actions directly. So fuck this. Interaction event in interaction events. Yeah, it's this one I'm a little bit worried about, but like when we want to clear the events. Performed primary action dot perform dot okay, so it's action. Not exactly what I wanted, right? Action. Yeah, I don't care about funk. minus equal, but that like okay, so this is remove anonymous. Is it event listener or method from action C#? I wonder if this is even, there we go. Okay. Okay, so this is the same one. Let's see. But this is event though. Fuck, is it really the best way to just keep a list of listeners? Maybe. I think this can be solved down the road by let's do it like this. So I'm gonna remove that one. Actually, let me see. I'm gonna clear this one as well. So we're just gonna keep these, but we're gonna have them in a list as well. So public input action. So we're gonna work with input action directly. I might want to do that with a lot of things here later on as well. but interaction actions. And then we're going to create a function, or first of all we need to enable them as well. Under toggle action. Okay, and then I want something like, okay, we have a lot of private here. Do we have any public? Now let's go public void bind interaction. I think we want to go index what I think sucks about this is probably that we're gonna have to work with input action callback context, I think. Or actually we can just package it in here, because I don't think we can do, first of all, if might want to return bool here as well if the bind interaction was successful or not. But if interaction actions, or then we do something. Well, what's up, devs bias? Thank you so much, and thank you for the raid, and welcome to all the new viewers. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, so i.e. we do have enough interaction actions to bind this one, basically, or we will be able to bind this one, but it also depends on, for now we're gonna keep it like this. cpens, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So interaction actions index dot performed plus equals to interaction action, but this won't work because this one doesn't use callback context, so we're probably gonna do something ugly here. I guess it sounds too much, the keyboard. It's an old one, it's some Razer keyboard. What's up, Brandon? How are you doing? So, and this is what sucks, I think. Because we need to package this one into something like C interaction action dot invoke. So we need to package it like this, because to even make it possible. Brandon, good since no tuition today. Nice, I suppose. And I don't want to work with callback context and things like that in my other classes. They should not know about this. I think I want my input handler to like filter that way. But by doing this, by packaging it into an anonymous function or an anonymous method, we can no longer unsubscribe by basically doing, so I would like to be able to do public void unbind interaction. Would love to be able to do, yeah, so basically the same, but with a minus here. That's not gonna work, unfortunately. So might need to store this one. Either that or send this one into as input. I think. Maybe that's my, like, it definitely looks much cleaner here. I don't need to introduce additional variables to just hold additional information. But if I want to call this one outside of this class, I'm going to have to include Unity Engine input system. I'm gonna have to use things like this, or reference variables like this. But then again, if I do it like that, it's gonna look, so then we just do might need to actually show how it will look outside of this class before I shut this down, or shoot this down rather. Or no. Yeah, I'm gonna have to store it because we're gonna work with label entity, because this is where I want to call input handler bind interaction. So instead of doing something ugly like this, I want to bind interaction. I don't even need to do this check anymore, I don't think. But let's keep it here for now. So here I want to do bind interaction index I, and I want to bind it. I want to bind it by doing base get available interactors for type. Yeah, basically we want to do get available interactors for type. So back to the same question again. Do I want to support multiple interactors per interaction type? No, I don't think so. Definitely not. Would make my life a little bit easier. I can't really think of a case that makes sense where, so let's see, an entity has a set of interactors on it, and if it's interacting with an interactable, the proper interactors will parse it. But like, what kind of interaction would need more than one? No, I think I'm gonna remove this. It's going to be a little bit cleaner. Yeah. So if can perform interaction, that's when we're gonna add it, or not add it. Interactors, interaction type. Let's do it like this. I'm Steve O. Thank you so much for the follow. So set interactor dependencies. Whoa. Did I do set here? Dennis Halian, can you summarize it? Complexity bad. Okay. But it's the journey of how he writes it that makes it so much fun. Yeah, okay, I might check it out. But I've said it before, I'm a big fan of complexity. Okay, so how this was implemented previously was wrong as well. Because we want to do add here instead. So let's fix that real quick. We're gonna have a list of interactors, but we are also gonna add a public void add interactor dependency. We don't need interaction type, we're just gonna do interactor, I think. Of course, we all love it, yeah. It's a curse, you know. Okay. If interactor dependency is not equal to null, yeah, of course. So basically want to do, it's basically the same but with a singular. So I don't think, yeah, here we're gonna do interactor dot interaction type. Oh, it's just and we just want to add one here, so dependency. We still want to check this. We don't want to do set, we want to do add interactor dependency. And we want to just do interactor dependency. Beautiful. Okay, so it's simpler now. It's a tiny bit less complex than it was, so that's good. And then we don't need to do where. We don't need to do this either. That's great. Oof, it's a lot of yeah, okay, we're simplifying it now. So now I'm on the fuck complexity side here. So folk interact, return. Krawi, just popping in for the daily thumbs up. Have a good one. Thank you, appreciate it. You too. Okay, so this is so much cleaner now. We just have one interactor per interaction type. Simple. All right. Get available interactor for type. Get available. Yeah, we need to check if it's available as well. Do we want to do it here or KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. Okay, simplifying this shit, man. Let's see. So we're just gonna return one. Beautiful. Null. Want to check here, return. And then return interactor dot is available. Or is it a function call? I can't. Yeah. If it's available, return it. Otherwise, null again. Yeah, we don't need this one. Oh, so much simpler. Very nice, very nice. Don't need to do all of this ugly thing. Interact, pretty much gonna be the same. So interact, here get available interactor for type. Let's do yeah. Interactable dot interaction type. So we already do the check here, but it can return as null, and this is where I would have loved to been able to do interactor question mark dot interactable. Would have been so nice. But we can't use null conditionals on mono behaviors. So is available is also checked here. Get available interactor for type. Might want to implement a function here that just get interactor for type as well. But yeah, so interact, instead we're gonna do if interactor then interactor interactable. Lovely. Much simpler. This is going to be simpler as well. We can't do this because we have done some changes here, but interactable dot where I base that's here. So focused game object, we get all interactables here, all different interactables, and then we want to do get available interactor for type. We don't care about length anymore. We just where this one is not equal to null. So this is nice, and then we get priority. Nice. Okay, it's gonna be a joy to keep implementing this, but I just need to run AFK real quick, so around 5 minutes, get something quick to eat. But when I'm back, we're gonna implement it, and hopefully it will be extremely nice. So a lot of changes now just to work with the new way of thinking, but yeah. I'm hoping for this one. But yeah, be right back real quick. Okay, back. Then it's Halian and Yagni. You're not gonna need it. Yeah, I've heard that before. But I'm kind of a collector of stuff I don't need. KB Tail, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's continue this little adventure right here. Oh yeah, so we're at input handler bind interaction at I, and then we want to get, yeah, a hoarder is the best term for it. I'm a hoarder of things, or like functions I don't need. Hey, you might need it in the future, right? Okay. So this is where things are gonna go sour, so to say, so to speak. We're gonna turn ugly. Thanks to the input handler actions I mentioned previously. Harukanan, I'm a prototype hoarder. I have almost hundreds of them. Damn, that's a nice collection. Yeah, I used to be a prototype hoarder previously as well. Not as much as 100 though. Okay, so input handler bind interaction. So basically what we want to do here is we want to bind an action to the input action. And the action in question should be so previously it was base interactable, I local, like this. But I'm thinking about just cutting loose this base.interact stuff, because let me think about this one. Dennis Halian, it's so much more fun starting something than finishing it. Yes. That little burst of energy you get when you have a new idea you want to try out. Ooh, I love it. Smack my page. What is preventing us from finishing stuff anyway? Hard work, I suppose. The concept. Lack of project management. Okay, so previously animate entity interact, but this one just said get available interactor for type blah 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 blah. Could probably move this to here. Like, I'm wondering if this step is even necessary. since so might just want to do, like, if would be much nicer if we do here we do something like interactor is equal to get base.get available interactor for type. So once again, yeah, maybe, yeah, we can clean this up. We don't want to do this twice, but whatever. Interactables I local. Oh, we can just go with I here. So we get the interactor. And then we do, so instead of this ugly back and forth with the base implementation, we just do, so the action we want to bind is interactor dot interact with the interactable in question. So we can just do what am I doing? If interactor, of course. But okay, this is a bit nicer. But we can't do this because this one does, we need, cannot convert from bool to so it's this Unity Engine input system input action callback context here. But it's pretty much like bool. So if we do Unity Engine so it should actually be oh, fucking hell. An action that takes, okay, it should be an action, a method that takes callback context as an argument, and that's about it. And the prettiest way to do this, or not the prettiest, but one way to do it would be to do this. I keep defaulting to this one. Then this is basically, or let's see. Not in. Fuck, I would love to be able to just do this, So that is, we just do an action here. Okay, does this one... it returns bool. But if I do it this way, I don't really care about what's returned, I don't think. Yeah, we just return that one anyway. Oh yeah, that's true. So we would like it to look like this. I suppose I'm gonna have to pack it into an action anyway, I think. So and then pack it into a input action, callback context action, and keep a fucking reference to it. So like it all comes down to, I need a nice way to remove it from the listeners. Bind interaction. If I let input handler know about interactors, nah, probably not. Fuck it. But let's see here. Okay, so this is where converting whatever is being focused, or like converting the implementation of focus into an interactor comes into play. Because that way it's a little bit, like, see here, if I would like this, like best case scenario, I would like to do bind interaction, interactor, interact. Right. So then I have a reference here. So later on, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so by converting the focus functionality into its own interactor, so interactor focus, and converting the whole system a bit into a state machine, and then letting playable entity listen to the interactors it controls over, and if one of them changes interactor state, then we handle it. That's pretty nice. Although interactor state, then I would like one to be available, unavailable, available, okay, maybe, okay, so let's see. Interactor states idle, ready, processing, unavailable. And then you have an interactor focus. So for instance, interactor pickup listens to interactor focus. A lot of the interactors will do. It still feels like the best way, I think. Interactor consumer. Now, interactor consume doesn't depend on interactor focus, but interactor pickup depends on interactor focus. Maybe that's the best use of it, or best implementation approach. So pretty much a state machine implementation when it comes to interactors, and we'll probably lift some of the functionality out from playable entity. Let's do it. And I think this, so it's pretty much up for playable entity to bind interactions like this. So playable entity will listen to all interactor state changes, and if one of them becomes ready, then playable entity will try to bind an interaction to it, if that's possible. And if focus is an interactor as well, then in the future something as nice as this can be implemented. I think it's nice. So animate entity, perform interaction. So the AI brain for the NPC, that is, can like send in messages like this to animate entity. Perform interaction and decide the interaction type, like focus this one, consume this one. Fuck it, let's just dive into it. So an additional interactor. Consume, pick up. Okay, so that's everything. interactor state. Let's see here. Idle. What the fuck? Idle, ready, processing, unavailable. The question is idle. What's ready is for, like, ready would be that interactor dependencies are fulfilled and it's like it's just waiting for a trigger. Still not entirely sure of how exactly every flow would look. Interactor dependency. It's still the problem of how I want to solve the communication between interactor pickup and interactor, or like interactor consume and interactor pickup. So interactor consume wants to use whatever interactor pickup is interacting with and consume that. The signaling system feels good. So interactor focus. When it gets a new interactable, when it's interacting with something new, it triggers its event function, which pickup listens to. And since focus is now focusing something, this one triggers a change of state as well, which playable entity listens to and bind the interaction, or like binds an input action with the interaction. It feels good. An interactor focus, so what it is focusing will bind to, or playable entity rather, will see if we have an interactor focus and we will bind it to focus event. I want interactor. I want focus to be an interactor at least. So let's do that much. Interactor focus. Okay. That's why I had it. Okay. But interactor focus. So this one will have a method focus game object. I think we're gonna go with game object. Okay, so it will eventually have a list of interactables, but Okay, this is pretty complex. Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem. That's true. So focused game object can have multiple interactables, of course. Of course. So multiple ways of interacting with it. Get components I interactable. Like, I'm wondering if I want to move some of this functionality to interactor focus. Like, letting interactor focus keep track of, like, the object it's focusing, its interactables and so on. Not Herobrine, is this the person AFK? One would think, or one could think. Yeah, pretty much programmed myself into a corner here, unfortunately. Which sucks. Time to take a step back and simplify things. Fuck yeah, it is. It is probably time to step back to the drawing board again. bothers me. Like, it feels like I'm so close to getting the implementation the way I want it, and then I come around and find out it's not possible because of some minor detail. So I work around that one, find a new minor detail. So yeah, back to the drawing board probably. Not Herobrine, what are you implementing? I'm trying to implement a interaction system for my game. One interaction system to rule them all, basically. One interaction system that supports sitting and picking up and consuming and interaction queuing and whatnot. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Smack My Peach. Definitely. Not Herobrine. Implementing a one class to rule them all kind of system sounds complex. Yep, it does. Too complex for me, it seems. So right now the current approach was to have playable entity being sort of a overlord component that keeps track of all the interactor components. But that is, if I continue on that trail, it's probably going to become a very big method in playable entity that needs to handle a lot of different cases in a not a great way. But instead, if I can unload a lot of that onto the actual interactors and let them communicate with each other, instead of letting playable entity being the communicator between interactors, I let interactors just communicate to it within, communicate with each other without having this overwatcher or controller. But then, so interactor, playable entity we will get the interactor focus, bind it to input handler focus, and then it's up to so the idea is basically every time the player focuses something new, interactor focus will get noticed, and it will send out an event to everything that listens to it, and all of those will figure out if am I ready to be used on this focused item or not. So for instance, interactor pickup would get a notification that interactor focus, the focus has changed. Interactor pickup asks focus, are you currently focusing something I might be interested in? If so, like the interactor pickup state changes to ready, which notifies playable entity, which displays on screen to the player that if you click this button, this interaction will happen. And I think I love the idea of that flow. It's just the specific communication between the components. What's up, Diligence Humility? How are you doing today? Not Hero Brian, using pen and papers helped me personally with detangling complexity. Yeah, it's a good trick. Probably gonna start tomorrow's stream with doing some drawings. Unless I start doing it even like right now. Interactables. Diligence, humility. I don't know if it's relatable. Smack my peach. I bet you dream about interactables, dude. Yes, all the time. But I don't enjoy the dreams anymore. They started out nicely, but these days it's just nightmares. Interactor interacting with interactables, on and on and on and on. Interactive focus, state change, processing. I wonder if, let's see here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the key is, because I'm dead certain about this implementation, but the key is interactor dependency. I'm gonna need multiple of those. Or is it such a bad idea to have this as an overlord? Maybe not. So it all also depends on my interactors, or the interactors having references to the interactables they are currently interacting with. Pretty impressed I could say that without screwing up. And I think that's a natural thing to allow for. So if we, for instance, do pick up the whatever, like The pickup needs to know what interactables it's currently picking up, or consuming needs to know what interactables it's currently consuming. And if we have a list of I interactables, yeah. See, interact, consume, consumption function. Mm-hmm. Interactor. Let's see here. Dependencies. Public virtual void interact. Interactable. Handle interaction. First of all, we want to do this. Let's see. Interactor. Okay. Or a nice way to do this would be interactor. To have an abstract class here, which we call. So we don't need to worry about base and such, in what order they are executed. Oh, that's not... Let's see here. Now we actually need base. Never mind. Scratch that. Let's see. But I want to do it first. Okay, so something I want my interactors to have are a private list of I interactable. Okay. Yeah, I feel... Okay, let me summarize it like this. I feel like I'm close to a system that will work, but I do need to put it into paper. Put it on paper, rather. So... I haven't decided just yet if I'm gonna do it off stream or the first thing I do tomorrow on stream. It depends on how much time I get later today. Because before I continue implementing this, I really want to get it on paper and be sure that it might work. And unfortunately now I have to run because I have some other stuff I need to do. But moved a little bit too much sideways today, but sometimes it be like that. But yeah, I will continue this tomorrow, hopefully with a little bit of a clearer picture, better idea of how it will look. We'll get it tomorrow, I'm sure. I fucking hope so, man. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of the day, and hopefully you will join me tomorrow when I will continue this struggle. It's not sideways, it's horizontal slicing. Yeah, it is. Well, thank you so much for watching, and peace.